Buka. Ini udah buka. Oh, saya bilang kasih nyutan tapi kamu ngasih. Ya.
You should be focusing. I told you. You are going to pay next year. Going to send to teams. Silent.
Dan salam sejahtera. Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera. Anda bersama saya, Alfarin, sebagai pembawa berita hari ini. Dalam liputan khas TVPSS SMEKTAR, sempena pertandingan Bahas Bahasa Inggeris Peringkat Daerah Tuaran yang sedang berlangsung di SMK TAMAN RIA. Hari ini menandakan hari kedua dan sekaligus hari terakhir pertandingan ini, yang menyaksikan pernyataan hebat daripada 5 buah sekolah menengah sekitar daerah Tuaran, termasuk SMK Tenghilan, SMK Tamparuli, SMK Badin, SMK Taman RIA. Dan kini kita teruskan dengan lintas langsung dari lokasi pertandingan akhir yang sedang berlangsung di bilik mesyuarat SMK Taman RIA bersama wartawan kami, Khadijah. Silakan Khadijah.
Baiklah, terima kasih Al-Fatih di studio. Pada ketika ini, saya berada di luar bilik SMK Taman RIA, di mana di dalam bilik besar SMK Taman RIA pada ketika ini sedang berlangsung Peringkat Daerah Tuaran. Setelah 2 hari pertandingan berkejelasan yang sengit, hanya 2 pasukan yang terus berjaya yaitu yang SMK Tenghilan dan juga SMK Tamparuli. Apa yang dapat saya katakan kerana di dalam adalah begitu senang kerana saya dapat memberikan simpuan yang penuh dalam pembangkitan pendebat-pendebat pada setiap ini. Saya rasa ini daripada meneliti objektif.
I don't know, Peringkat artis. So disturb their concentration.
Sorry.
Please put down your phone inside this one. Sorry. Yes. I'm sorry for wasting your time before. Panel of distinguished educators, curators, coaches, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all present today. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Muhammad Fa'il bin Empudin, the floor manager, chairperson, and timekeeper for today's competition. Welcome to the final round competition of Tuaran District Level English Language Debate Competition. The motion for today's debate is: this House believes that private education does more harm than good to social equality. First, allow me to introduce to you our panel of distinguished educators for today's debate. The chief educator is Mr. Muhammad Azmi. Next, we have Madam Ekariana Rahman. Our third educator for today is Madam Priscilla Leon. Our fourth educator is Madam Nur Sharizania Ibrahim. Last but not least, we have on our panel of this Madam Alfia Abdul Kana used during this debate to pay attention all the time on this debate during the competition, knowing the fact that the first, second, and third speakers of each team are given 8 minutes to speak. The timer will be run once. After the first minute and at the end of the 7 minutes, the signal the bell will be rung twice. A maximum time of 3 minutes will be given to both teams to prepare for the reply speech. The time allocated for the reply speech is 4 minutes. During the reply speech, the timer will be run once at the third minute. The signal that the speaker has 1 minute left. At the end of the fourth minute, the bell will be rung twice. Reply speech. The two schools in today's debate are School SMK Tuaran, which is the government team, and School SMK Taman RIA Tuaran, which is the opposition team. Let me now introduce to you the debaters. On my right, from the government, representing SMK Tuaran, the Prime Minister Sean Seviego, Second Minister Linda Marcela Welser, and the Third Minister Muhammad Errol Adamli. On my left, from the opposition representing school SMK Taman RIA Tuaran are the Prime Minister Hijratul Shafia, the opposition leader. The second opposition speaker, Adriana Edra, and the third opposition, Muhammad Adib Afshar. The reserves are Muhammad Nur Fa'il bin Empudin and Alfia Delisha. To proceed, I would like to remind the speakers of politics of some rules and guidelines to observe in the course of the debate. Its debater's substantive speech is marked out of 100 with 40 for content, 40 for style, and 20 for strategy. The reply speech is marked out of 50 with 20 for content, 20 for style, and 10 for strategy. The government must present a reasonable definition of a motion. In all cases, see that manages to provide reasons as to why the definition and cases are the most reasonable, practical, and beneficial shall win the debate. If a debater claims that the definition or a case is unreasonable, then they should state reasons to support that claim. Educators should balance reasons and rebuttals in determining which team shall win. The first debater of a government is to define the topic, establish the issues of the debate, outline the government case, announce the case division between debaters, and present his or her part of the government case. As for the first debater of an opposition side is to respond to the government case, outline the opposition case, announce the case division, and present his or her part of the opposition case. To take note that the first opposition may challenge the definition and must propose a new definition. The second debater of the government is to deal with the definition if it has been challenged, respond to the opposition's case, and continue with the government case as outlined by the first debater. If the second government does not challenge a definition of the debate by the first opposition, the government is taken to have accepted the opposition definition and no further challenges to definition may be made. The role of the second debater of an opposition is to deal with the definition if it's still in issue, respond to the government case, and continue with the opposition case as outlined by the first debater. Both the debaters may deal with the definition if it's still in issue and respond to the other team case. The debaters should not bring new arguments, new examples to explain points that were made previously or to explain a rebuttal is not considered a new argument. The role of reply speech is to sum up the debate from the team viewpoint, including a response to the other team overall case and the summary of the debaters on team case, which will perform by first or second debater of the team. While the speaker is speaking, the opposing team can offer points of information, POI, between the first and 7 minutes. The purpose of a point of information, POI, is to make a short point or ask a short question of the debater. A POI should be brief and no longer than 15 seconds. As a general rule, a debater should accept at least 2 points of information in his or her speech. No points of information may be offered I'd like to remind everyone in this house John Stedico to deliver his speech on today's motion. This house believes that private education does more harm than good to social equality.
Good morning, dedicated educators, the hardworking chairman, members of the school. I am truly honored to stand on the stage and represent the government team as the government leader to agree with the motion, which is this house believes that private education does more harm than good to social equality. Now, I will first introduce my teammates who will be debating alongside with me. Next to me, we have our Deputy Prime Minister, Linda, and our Government Whip, Mohammed Al-Alami. Before I delve into my arguments, I feel compelled to offer a definition of the motion, which I will now repeat the motion once more, This house believes that private education does more harm than social equality. Now, what is the definition of private education? Education provide, private education is education provided by non-governmental institutions that charge tuition fees and operate independently of the state education system. What is social equality? A state where individuals have equal access to opportunities, rights, and resources, regardless of their socioeconomic background, race, or identity. Now, what is the misinterpretation of this debate? This debate is about whether the existence and expansion systems contribute to or hinder efforts to create a more equal and fair society, particularly in terms of educational access and future life chances. Now, for my first argument, private education reinforces elitism and weakens social cohesion. Students in private schools are often isolated from peers of different backgrounds, limiting their exposure to social diversity. What is the impact? This leads to the creation of social bubbles and elitist mindsets, where the wealthy may see themselves as inherently superior. Private education is often pricey because they offer all sorts of services state schools don't. Alright? Because they offer all sorts of services state schools don't. It's much more expensive. Not to mention, there is no government to back them up financially. It's fair to assume most of private schools attendees are from rich backgrounds. Students in private schools are often isolated from peers of social. I mentioned it, I'm sorry. This is not the student's fault, it's the system. This self-isolation leads to the creation of social bubbles and then the dismantling, like I said earlier. As from a research that I found online, it is widening in an article from OECD studies show that
You like this?
second,
You mentioned that private school weakens social progression by isolating peers from different backgrounds. Am I correct?
yes.
Can you give any proof of this? Please clarify.
Well, for most cases, people who grew up with not a very modern environmental place don't often get to go to these schools, and they have a more carefree personality rather than the ones who are under strict discipline under these private educational schools. Does that answer your question? I will not continue. And this where was that again? Oh, right. In an article from OECD students show that private schools often have better resources, smaller class sizes, and more experienced teachers, giving students an unfair advantage, which is also in addition to your question earlier. Except,
Just now you stated about how private school only accept kids from rich background. Don't you think scholarship exists? And if it does, how does it affect your point about how it shows private school only is for rich kids?
thank you. The scholarships are your defense. Do you think a handful of students justify the system? Oh, I'm sorry, I read it wrong. Scholarships create pathways for talented students who are otherwise. That sort of answer your question. I'm very sorry. Moving forward. From the article that I've mentioned earlier, this proves that private schools creates a division between the wealthy and the poor in terms of university admissions and job opportunities. Rejected. Now, we stand strongly in this motion. That was my case. Thank you.
First government speaker time taken is 6 minutes 31 seconds.
Thank you, Minister Sean Sevieko. I shall now invite Zaratul Shafia as the opposition leader to deliver her speech.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
Salutation to honorable judges, wise timekeeper, my worthy yet misguided opponents, and members of the floor. We, the opposition, strongly against this motion. I repeat, the opposition strongly against this motion, which is this house believe that private education does more harm than good to social equality. As leader of the opposition, I will talk about ensuring quality education for all public and private working together. And I also will introduce a new motion for our debate today. This is my second speaker, and she will show you the role of private education in fostering innovation and competition. And she also will show you the misconception about private education and equality. Before I proceed to my point, allow me to rebut the Prime Minister arguments. You mentioned about weekend social progression, right? So private schools still provide scholarship to students that aren't able to afford it. Private schools also provide a path for these students. Along with that, they still can socialize with other students who go to the private school with the same background. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me proceed to my point. My point is ensuring quality education for all public and private working together. Rather than eliminating private education, the solution lies in creating a synergistic relationship between the public and private sector. Both sectors can learn from one another, with private education fostering innovation and public schools benefiting from the competition. By investing in both, we can create an education system that leaves no child behind regardless of their family's financial status. Now I'll give you an example. In Canada, the public and private education system was in tandem to create an environment where all children have access to quality education. Private schools cater to a range of specialized needs while public schools are equipped with the resources to help children from all walks of life. This collaborative model ensures that no child is disadvantaged regardless of whether they attend public or private institutions. Now, I will introduce you guys to our new motion. This house believes that both public and private education system should be strengthened to provide equal educational opportunities for all. Why we choose this motion? Because the opposition argues that private education is not inherently harmful to social equity, and in fact can provide benefits that public education system cannot always meet, especially when the public education system is underfunded or inefficient. The opposition believes that rather than restricting private education, efforts should focus on strengthening both sectors to ensure equal education opportunities for all students, regardless of their background or income. Now, I will give you details of our new motion. First is investment in public education. The government should increase funding to public schools to ensure that they are well-resourced with well-trained teachers, updated curricula, and safe learning environments. Public schools must be equally accessible to all students regardless of their socioeconomic status. Second is support for private education. Private education should not be restricted, but should operate within a framework that ensures accessibility to all students. This could involve scholarship, subsidies, and financial aid to ensure that children from low income backgrounds can still attend private school if desired. Why this new motion works for the opposition? First is focus on equality, not restriction. The opposition doesn't want to ban private education, but rather want to focus on improving equity within the education system by advocating for a balanced approach that strengthens both public and private sectors. They are a balanced approach that strengthens both public and private sector. They are addressing the concern of educational inequality without taking away choices from families. In conclusion, the opposition's new motion will focus on ensuring that all students, whether in public or private school, have access to equal quality education. There is no PI for me. It means you. It means you agree with my point. With that, I end my speech. Thank you.
The first opposition speaker time taken is 7 minutes 30 seconds.
Thank you, Hijratul Shafia. I now call upon the Deputy Prime Minister, Linda Margella Wells, to deliver her speech.
Good morning, dedicated educator, the hardworking chairman, member of the opponent team, the timekeeper, and everyone else. I am truly honored to stand on this stage and represent the government team as the second speaker to the motion. This House believes that private education does more harm than good to social equality. The, as the second speaker, firstly, I will elaborate my two arguments and then I will rebut the opposition argument. For my first argument, and for the second argument for our team is private education diverts resources and attention away from public school. As the elite move to private school, there's less political and social pressure to improve public education, making the public education stay the same. And I'm so sorry. The impact of this is public school often public school often get less funding, poorer infrastructure, and lower teacher morale, especially in low income areas. Furthermore, private schools often attract the most qualified teachers by offering higher salaries and better working conditions, leaving public schools struggling with underpaid and overworked staff. Additionally, makers, many of whom send their own children to private school, may feel less pressure to improve public education, leading to underfunding and neglect. This results in a two-tier system where only those who can afford it receive quality education, while the majority are left behind in under-resourced public institutions. Over time, this widens the socio-economic gap and undermines the principle of equal opportunity.
Just now, you are trying to say that public school got less exposure compared to private school. Can you please explain it more in terms of education instead of just infrastructure and only infrastructure?
Well, like I say in my point, private school often attract the most qualified teacher by offering higher salary. So, um, the when the so with better teacher, there will be better education for the student. That's why I hope that answers your question. Let me continue. So my third argument is private education entrenches social stratification. Private education is typically accessible only to those who can afford high fee, which create a division between the rich and the poor, the privileged and the unprivileged. Children from wealthier families get better facility, smaller class sizes, and more opportunity, while poorer children are left behind in underfunded public schools. The core idea here is that private education actively worsens the existing division within society by creating and reinforcing these social classes. It suggests that instead of providing equal opportunity, private schools solidify the advantage of the wealthy and the disadvantage of the less. Okay. of the left of left. To conclude this argument, the perpetuate a cycle of inequality where the rich get ahead and the poor struggle to catch up. And the definitely.
The second government speaker, time taken please. 5 minutes, 18 seconds.
Thank you, Minister Linda. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to listen to the second opposition speaker, Adriana Endra.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
A very good afternoon to Mr. Chairperson, the meticulous timekeepers, our honorable adjudicators, my lovely team members, dear but heavily misguided opponents, and members of the floor. I, as the second speaker of the opposition team, will spend the next 8 minutes to convince and prove to you why this motion should fall. As the second speaker of the opposition bench, I stand here today to strongly reaffirm our rejection of the motion, which is this House believes that private education does more harm than good to the social equality. My first speaker has spoken about ensuring quality education for all, public and private working. Rather than eliminating private education, the solution lies in creating a synergistic relationship between the public and private schools. In my speech, I will talk about first the role of private education in fostering innovation and competition. Second, I will talk about misconception of equality and education. But before that, I would like to rebut the arguments brought up by the government. First of all, the Deputy Prime Minister of the government side brought up that private education takes attention away from public schools. Public schools often get less funding, and we say that's why we are giving the government the option to improve and invest in public schools. My first speaker had clearly offered you this solution. It's either you didn't pay attention to our argument or you are secretly agree with us. Second, private education is still only typically accessible to the rich. Again, members of the floor, private schools still offer scholarships to these students who are in need. Other than that, even without private schools, wealthier families will still find ways to give their children an advantage. For example, tutoring, extracurricular activities, or living in areas with better public schools. Now, I stand before you today to continue the strong opposition to the motion. This House believes that private education does more harm than good to social equality. The government has attempted to make a case based on the idealistic goals of equality, but they have ignored the realities of how private education benefits society, fosters opportunities, and plays an important role in enhancing educational
diversity. While I support the pursuit of equality, I believe that restricting private education would actually limit access to quality education, stifle innovation, and create more harm than good. Members of the floor, let's talk about innovation. Competition in education, just like in the marketplace, fosters better outcomes. Private schools constantly push boundaries in terms of curriculum, development, teaching methods, and student engagement. Without the competition posed by private institutions, public schools would have less incentive to innovate and improve. It's the competition between public and private schools that has raised the bar for the quality of education across the board. Without it, many schools might stagnate and fail to meet the ever-evolving needs of students. Research from the OECD has shown that school choice, including the availability of private schools, is linked to better educational outcomes. In countries, right, private education pushes all schools, public and private alike, to become more competitive, fostering a higher standard for education for everyone. Members of the floor, let's continue to my second point. The misconception about private education and equality. The government suggests that private education perpetuates inequality, but let's consider this analogy. Private education is like a lighthouse in a stormy sea. It guides students toward opportunities and success, especially those who are struggling in the public system. To suggest that private education is a source of inequality is like blaming the lighthouse for existing while people are still in the storm. The real issue lies in underfunded public schools and lack of resources that limit opportunities for children from disadvantaged backgrounds. Members of the floor, allow me to once again mention my points to you to deepen your understanding so everyone present can see why we heavily oppose this motion. First off, I mentioned about how private education plays a role in fostering innovation and competition. Without
You said that private schools are like the lighthouse in a storm. Saying that it guides students to a successful future. But isn't the same thing being done by public schools as well?
Exactly, but that is our point. That is our point.
But you are saying that, the way you are saying it is that you are implying it as if private schools are like the only.
Sorry. First, okay. Without the competition posed by private institutions, public schools would have less incentive to innovate and improve. Second, the misconception about private education and equality. Inequality exists due to broader economic and social systems, not private schools. And I would like to point out that I have received little to no TOIs at all, which basically means that you are either agree with my motion or I'm too convinced. Members of the floor. The central point here is that the choice is not a privilege, but a right. Every parent should have the ability to choose the type of education that best suits their child's individual needs. With that, I rest my case.
Second opposition speaker time taken is 8 minutes 3 seconds.
Thank you, Adriana and Ron. I shall now call upon the third minister from the government, Muhammad Erbil, sorry, Muhammad Eril Adam Lee to rebut.
Honorable, Honorable Judges, conscious keeper, ladies and gentlemen, I'm the 10th speaker of the government side and I'm here to clear the smoke caused the illusion presented by the opposition and prove that private education is indeed a threat, a threat to social equality. This debate isn't just about the textbook or uniform. It's about access, opportunity, and whether education lifts people up equally or leaves them behind based on wealth. My teammates have shown that private education widens the gap between the rich and poor, limit access to quality education for the majority, and strengthen privilege instead of breaking it. Let's break down the argument brought by the opposition. Private education offers choice and quality. Yes, it offers choice, but only for those who can afford it. You cannot call something a fair choice when 90% of people can access it. That's not a choice, it's basically exclusion. Rejected. Now let me remind you what my teammates have proven beyond doubt. That private education reinforces inequality by giving the wealth a head start that public schools are underfunded and neglected. Partly because of the growing private sector, the social mobility is dying because the path to success has been sold, not earned. Accepted.
They're trying to make difference about equality between private school and public school. How do you say that public school have less quality? Every year we produce a lot of A's SPM candidate from this low quality public school. Can you please clarify?
Could you repeat that, please?
How do you prove the difference in quality for public and private school if we produce a student from SPM candidate in this low quality public school? Please clarify.
I'll answer your question. Listen. The fundamental issues lie in the and equal access to private education, unlike public education, which is generally funded by the state and theoretically available to all citizens, regardless of their socioeconomic background. Private education operates on a fee or service model. This inherently creates and offers exclusively to families who possess the economic means to afford the often substantial tuition fees. This financial exclusivity immediately establishes a divide separating students based on their individual potential or merit. Rejected. The first impact, superior resources and facilities. Private schools offer both state-of-the-art facilities, smaller class sizes, allowing for more individuals' attention from teachers, a wider array of extracurricular activities, and access to specialized resources. The second one, highly qualified teachers. Private school may have greater flexibility in hiring and retaining expanded and highly qualified teachers, potentially leading to a higher quality infrastructure. No, please sit down. The third impact, enhanced networking opportunities. The social circles within private schools leads to be nominated by by slowly women from similar athletic background, fostering network that can provide advantage in future education and career pursuits. The curriculum and pedagogy, private school sorry, may offer specialized curriculum, pedagogic, pedagogical processes that are perceived as more rigorous or better aligned with entry into elite higher education institution. Conversely, children from poorer families who are related to underfunded public school where may free challenges. In conclusion, the existence and broad spread of private education operating on a market-driven model exacerbate existing socioeconomic inequalities. It creates a self-perpetuating cycle where privileged families can invest further in their children's education, providing them with significant advantages that are inaccessible to these less fortunate. This is not only potential of brighter students from lower socioeconomic background, but also reinforce a stratified society when opportunities are heavily skewed based on parental wealth, hindering social cohesion and perpetuating inequality across generations. The argument of choice in education, but really highlighting how the current model of private education, without robust equitable access and quality across all education sector, actually contributes to an attachment social satisfaction. I did my best. Thank you.
The third government speaker time taken is 8 minutes 5 seconds.
Thank you, Minister Arrow. I would like to remind, please keep your phone on silence mode. It is now time to listen to the rebuttals of the third opposition speaker, Muhammad Ali Afshar.
That's right. Am I audible? Thank you. Honorable educated, my lovely teammates, fairly misguided opinions, and member of the floor. First of all, our debate today is supposed to prove how private school would give harm instead of good to public school. Yet the government side didn't even give any point that shows how it is actually harming instead of giving goods. Me as the third speaker standing today is first to reaffirm our point from the opposition bench, and second to clear the illusion from the government side and wake them out from their sleep. Stop dreaming about this being a harm to public school. Let me first reinforce the opposition bench. Just now, our leader stated her point in ensuring quality education for all. How both sectors can learn from one another, with private education fostering innovation and public school benefiting from the competition. By investing in both, we can create an education system that leaves no child behind. Second, my digital leader just now stated two of her points, which is the role of private education in fostering innovation and competition, and also the misconception about private school, private education, and equality. The role of private education. She stated in one of her real life examples in countries like Australia, Canada, and the United States, private education has spurred public schools to innovate and adopt new teaching techniques such as project-based learning and digital literacy programs. In the second point, the misconception about private education and equality is stated about how private education is like a lighthouse in a stormy sea. She got a POI asking about, isn't it the same with public school? Yes, that is our point. Why do we want to opt for only one lighthouse when we can choose two lighthouses? We can choose two guidance. We can choose two different opportunities for two different backgrounds. Why do we have to limit it to only one, which is public school or private school? It is not all, it is and in terms of cooperation. I continue my speech today with rebuttals. First, I would love to rebut the point from government will. I asked him and PLI about the difference in quality, and he doesn't even understand my question and not even answering about how the difference is made among private school students and also public school students. Well, we can see every single year, public school, which being said by them have low quality, actually produce a lot of each student in SPM. I sadly go to Deputy Prime Minister. Also, once again, I asked NPOI, asking about how infrastructure affect education negatively. She answered my question out of context, not even saying anything about how infrastructure would affect their education. The one of her point, which is private education, she stated that private education attract more qualified teachers and provide less pressure to them. I have one question. Are our educators in Malaysia trying to teach only for the sake of money or for the sake of development of our country? Think. Educators are supposed to develop our children, not working only for money and money only. And she stated that they have less pressure. A research made by UKM students back in 2023 has proven that teachers from private school actually handle more pressure due to the fact that they are handling children from rich background. And with that,
and you see rich people have the access to a lot of opportunity, and I could say that this opportunity make them expect their kids to be successful. That's why I say teachers in private school actually deal with more pressure instead of teachers in public schools. Also, in one of her points, she said that typically private schools are only accessible to rich kids. I want to reaffirm I want to reaffirm my deputy leader speech just now once again, saying that sponsorship does exist. We offer sponsorship to students who are qualified now to enter this private school, not only for the rich, but also for ones who qualify to get the sponsorship. She also didn't even explain how lack of infrastructure affect the education of our kids negatively, saying only that private schools have better infrastructure, public schools have less infrastructure, without really explaining how it affects us. We can still have great results by having less infrastructure compared to private schools. I continue by rebutting the Prime Minister just now. First, he does not answer my POI about sponsorship. Let's see. Even the government themselves, even the Prime Minister themselves, who's supposed to open the cases, don't even know about what sponsorship is. Don't even know that the government actually provides sponsorship for this case. So how can they say public? How can they say private school actually give harm to our social equality? That is totally wrong and not proven at all. I'm sorry, but actually he is more automotive instead of speaking. So I only got two of this point, which is first limiting social and second pricing. Once again, I say you don't even know about sponsorship. To say that private education is pricey, yes, it is fair. It is actually pricey because it offers a lot more opportunity and a lot more infrastructure. That's what they are always complaining about. That's why government need to give more sponsorship to more qualified students for their own future. Enough with rebuttal. I would love to win this debate for our side. We already won this debate by stating how this is actually very, very, very equal for both public and private students, showing how if both of these institutions work together, we can achieve something bigger and bigger in the near future. Second, in terms of opportunity, we stated how giving sponsorship to qualified students actually provide the same opportunity for both students from rich or rural background. With that, I would love to include my speech today with one simple question. Is it really about the education or our government is only thinking about the benefit? Think about it. With that, I probably rest my case.
The third opposition speaker time taken is 8 minutes, 1 second.
Thank you, Adib Akshat. Now that we have heard all the three speakers from both teams, we shall take a short break of 3 minutes. During this time, both the government and the opposition teams will prepare their best speech. The audience is requested to keep quiet during this time. The time of 3 minutes has ended. I shall now invite the second opposition speaker from the opposition, Adriana Edra, to make her reply speech.
Hello, am I audible? Members of the floor, I stand before you today to close this debate with a powerful and unyielding rebuttal to the claims made by the government. The opposition firmly believes that private education does more good than harm when it comes to promoting social equality, while the government continues to focus on the shortcomings of private education, they fail to acknowledge the long-term benefits it brings, both to individuals and society at large. Let us address these misconceptions once and for all. The government claims that private education perpetuates inequality by providing benefits only to the wealthy. However, the reality is that private education expands choice. It gives families options, particularly in societies where the public education system is failing to meet the needs of students. Private education is like a safety net. It ensures that when the public system fails, students are not left to fall through the cracks. It's not about exclusivity. Exclusivity. It's about empowering families to choose what's best for their child, especially when they cannot rely on the inadequate resources of a failing public system. I'll provide a real world example. In India, private education provides a critical alternative for families living in under-resourced areas. Public schools may be overcrowded and underfunded, leaving children with limited opportunities to learn. Private schools, on the other hand, offer quality education that helps close the gap for disadvantaged children. Second of all, the government has argued that private education is a luxury, but they fail to recognize its immense value in fostering innovation. Private institutions are free from the constant constraints that bog down public schools. They can experiment, innovate, and push boundaries. The competition between private and public institutions drives improvement, which benefits all students, including those in public school. In China, the voucher system has allowed students from lower income families to access private schools, leading to improvement in student performance across the board. The competition has raised standards in both private and public schools, creating a healthier, more competitive environment. The real issue is not private education. It's the underfunded public schools. The government should be focusing on improving public schools rather than attacking private institutions that help alleviate the pressure on the system. It's defunding private institutions. We risk exacerbating the very problem they are trying to solve, a lack of access to quality education. Members of the floor, the government has claimed that private education creates division, but in reality, it empowers families and students, expands choice, and drives improvement across the education system. We do not want a world where education is a one-size-fits-all system. We want a world where every child has access to quality education, whether it's public or private. I'd like to mention once more that throughout this debate, we've received little to no POIs. I believe we have won today's case. Thank you.
My opposition speaker time taken is 1 minute 6 seconds.
Thank you, Adriana Edra. I shall now call upon the Prime Minister from the government team, Sean Sevieko, to give his reply speech.
Alright. To end our opinion, we will first end our opinion. My reply speech will build on our argument summarization and our argument is wrong. Our first argument is private education reinforces elitism and weakness. Stereotypes equal to class and used to it. In conclusion, this perpetually in conclusion, it undermines shared values, mutual understanding, and collective progress in society. As for the second argument, it states that private education can divert resources and attention away from public school. And as for our last argument, is that private education private education entrenches social stratification. Now, as for my rebuttal, basically, actually just one thing. Your opposition leader has mentioned something about a new motion, but then the next two, and then the next members did not elaborate further on that. I actually became curious in that motion, but what I found strange is that why would you add another motion to something that to a debate that should be solely focused on another motion? And I will now state that while we have one, I don't have anything else. I just want to thank you.
By government speaker, 1 minute 55 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Sean. Your audience is being required. We have now come to the end of the debate. This debate will be won by the team which scores the highest ballots and scores from the educators. We will now wait the educators to stay in the competition room for the deliberation of best debater and also to tabulate the scores for both teams as to determine which team will be the winner for today's debate. Educators, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the Chief Educator to announce the result. Sorry. Sorry. Once again, thank you to our honorable educators, both government and the opposition teams, coaches, and fellow audience. This house is adjourned. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will, please be seated. We will start the closing ceremony soon. So the results will be announced during the closing ceremony. We are waiting for the others to arrive and we will start soon.
Baiklah, demikianlah tadi ringkas langsung postingan akhir pertandingan bahas yang di mana SMK Tenggilan sebagai pihak kerajaan dan SMK Taman RIA sebagai pihak pembangkang. Buat masa ini kita masih menunggu panel hakim untuk mengira markah sebelum mendapatkan keputusan akhir bagi pertandingan ini. Sementara kita menunggu keputusan, bersama-sama dengan saya pada ketika ini ialah Pengetua SMK Taman RIA, Puan Hajah Halina binti Labaja. Terima kasih Puan kerana sudi meluangkan masa di pembukaan oleh kami. Baiklah Puan, sebagai tuan rumah bagi pertandingan debat bahasa Inggeris pada kali ini, apakah harapan Puan terhadap pengajuan pada kali ini?
Terima kasih Siti Katija. Saya sebagai pihak tuan rumah bersama guru-guru dan student mengucapkan terima kasih kepada TPD Daerah Tuaran yang memberi kami kepercayaan melanjutkan debate bahasa Inggeris pada kali ini. Harapan saya ialah harap semua guru dan murid dapat menjayakan sebagaimana yang diharapkan dan kami dapat mempersiapkan segalanya sebagai tuan rumah dengan sebaik mungkin. Dan tentulah ini adalah satu pengalaman baru kepada semua kami untuk menjadi lanjut yang lebih besar pada masa-masa akan datang dan cabaran ini kami terima dengan ucapan terima kasih.
Bagaimana Puan melihat kepentingan pertandingan ini dalam pembangunan pelajar itu sendiri?
Tentulah kita tahu bahwa kegiatan co-curriculum adalah satu tulang belakang kepada penjadian. Jadi penganjuran aktiviti debat bahasa Inggeris ini adalah menyokong kuat kepada prestasi akademik murid khasnya dalam bahasa Inggeris. Dan sebab ini adalah satu latihan dan juga proses pembelajaran. Manakala dalam pembentukan sosial, keyakinan diri, mencungkil potensi pelajar dan juga murid-murid yang ditanya akan menjadi satu motivasi dan tentulah dia akan belajar sesuatu yang besar dalam penganjuran berulang kali untuk sekolah kami. Dan ini sebenarnya akan membina keyakinan untuk seluruh warga SMK Taman RIA khasnya dalam bahasa Inggeris sama ada dalam melahirkan pembahas-pembahas pada masa akan datang, tetapi juga kepada seluruh warga SMK Taman RIA dalam proses menjadi seorang murid yang cemerlang, melahirkan keyakinan diri dan juga keterampilan. Begitu juga bagaimana penganjuran ini memerlukan komitmen yang tinggi, bukan saja dari kalangan guru tetapi semua murid, dan saya bangga mereka dapat mencapai apa yang diharapkan pada hari ini dengan begitu cepat.
Baiklah, terima kasih Puan atas diskusi yang sangat kasih. Saya juga berharap semoga pertandingan ini dapat memberikan manfaat kepada semua pihak yang terlibat. Terima kasih Puan.
Ada
sekarang kita masih menunggu keputusan juri. Bersama-sama dengan saya pada ketika ini adalah wakil pelajar dari SMK Taman RIA yang turut terlibat dalam pertandingan bahas sebentar tadi. Baiklah, boleh anda menceritakan diri?
Saya Muhammad Dewap Syabul Nizam, pelajar tingkatan 5 di SMK Taman RIA.
Terima kasih Adi kerana bersedia diulang oleh kami.
Terima kasih.
Baiklah, bagaimana perasaan anda dapat mewakili sekolah sendiri dalam pertandingan debat?
Pertama sekali masa awal-awal dapat masuk pertandingan debat ini, saya sangat-sangat gembira sebab sudah 2 tahun saya sekolah di sini. Saya sangat menantikan akan ada pertandingan debat ini. Jadi saya rasa of course ada rasa gemuruh, tapi dalam masa yang sama saya rasa gembira pada masuk sekolah ini.
Selain dari itu, apakah cabaran terbesar yang ada pada masa persiapan debatnya?
Berkenaan tentang cabaran, saya cerita sedikit pengalaman saya sebelum ini. Sebelum ini saya pernah masuk pertandingan debat bahasa Melayu. Tapi untuk pertandingan debat bahasa Melayu, biasanya kami akan diberikan tema untuk usulkan terlebih dahulu. Jadi cabaran yang saya lalui sepanjang pertandingan debat bahasa Inggeris ini, kami tidak diberikan apa-apa tema. Kami membuat bahan bacaan sendiri, daripada bahan-bahan bacaan yang diberikan dan perlu reading. Kami perlu meneka sendiri apa motion yang kami akan perbahaskan. Jadi saya rasa itu cabaran yang sangat menarik sebab semua persidangan kami berlaku secara random dan tidak betul-betul dirancang seperti itu.
Terima kasih Adi atas perkongsian tadi. Semoga berjaya dalam semua pertandingan.
InsyaAllah.
Semoga pemilih tadi membawa manfaat.
Terima kasih.
Itu saja daripada saya. Sekian, terima kasih.
Baiklah, kita masih lagi menunggu keputusan juri. Jadi bersama-sama dengan saya pada ketika ini ialah Puan Julian Robert, iaitu pengelola bagi pertandingan bahas pada kali ini. Baiklah Puan, terima kasih kerana sudi diterima ramah oleh kami. Kami ada beberapa soalan untuk Puan. Baiklah, apakah perasaan Puan apabila diberi mandat untuk menjadi pengelola pertandingan kali ini?
Selaku pengelola, kami amat berbesar hati dan terharu karena diberikan tugasan untuk menjadi pengelola bahasa Inggeris Peringkat.
Saya pasti ada cabaran menjadi pengelola pertandingan pada kali ini. Jadi, apakah cabaran yang dihadapi sepanjang mengelolakan pertandingan ini dan bagaimana cikgu menghadapi?
Tidak dinantikanlah memang ada cabaran-cabaran yang kami hadapi, yaitu kekangan masa karena kami hanya kurang dari 1 bulan tapi dengan adanya perancangan awal dan penyelarasan pembagian tugasan dalam kalangan guru dan juga komunikasi di antara banyak pihak serta sokongan tadbir dapat melancarkan lagi perancangan yang kami buat.
Baiklah, terima kasih cikgu atas perkongsian sebentar tadi dan juga terima kasih sudi meluangkan masa dengan kami. Baiklah, itu saja daripada saya. Sampai jumpa.
Segala puji bagi Allah Tuhan sekalian alam. Selawat dan salam ke atas junjungan besar Nabi alaihi wasallam, ahli keluarga baginda, para sahabat serta seluruh umat Islam ini angka baginda dan ahli zaman. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, lagi ngasih lagi maha penyayang, kami menandatangani bersyukur kehadirat-Mu atas limpah rahmat dan kasih sayang-Mu. Karena dengan izin dan hidayah-Mu, Majelis Penutupan Rasmian Bahas Bahasa Inggeris Peringkat Daerah Tuaran Tahun 2025 ini dapat dilaksanakan dengan jayanya. Ya Allah, berkatikanlah segala usaha kami pada hari ini. Jadikanlah segala perbincangan, perdebatan dan ilmu yang dikongsi dalam program ini sebagai amal syariah yang memberi manfaat kepada semua peserta dan warga pendidik. Kurniakanlah kami kefahaman yang mendalam, keberanian berhujah dengan adab dan kebijaksanaan dalam menyampaikan kebenaran. Ya Allah, Engkau permudahkanlah perjalanan hidup kami semua, khususnya anak-anak pelajar yang kami yang menjadi harapan masa depan bangsa dan negara. Jadikanlah kami generasi yang berilmu, beriman dan berakhlak mulia serta mampu membawa Malaysia ke arah kemenangan. Ya Allah, kami mohon agar segala yang baik dan dalam majlis ini Kau berkati dan segala kelemahan Kau ampuni. Segala ukhuwah dan semangat kesatuan yang terjalin sepanjang program ini kekal utuh dan membawa kebaikan berpanjangan. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wassallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin. Ya. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, serta hadirin yang dikasihi sekalian, daun semulur di Pekansari, batang jerami rebah ke bumi, madang tilulur sembah diberi, kata berasmi hajatnya kami. Seterusnya, majlis dengan segala hormatnya dan takzimnya mempersilakan yang berusaha Puan Haja Halina binti Labaja, Pengetua SMK TAMAN RIA, untuk menyampaikan ucapan dan seterusnya merasmikan majlis penutupan pertandingan Bahas Bahasa Inggeris Peringkat Daerah Tuaran bagi tahun 2025 dengan segala majlis mempersilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Adi Novail, pengurus majelis yang dihormati pegawai teknik Tuaran, yang dihormati barisan juri, pengadil, guru-guru, pengiring semua dari sekolah, yang dikasihi semua peserta-peserta debat dari Daerah Tuaran dan juga murid-murid. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan selamat pagi. Selamat datang ke SMK TAMAN RIA dan selamat datang kepada semua peserta yang masuk ke dalam pertandingan pada pagi ini. Saya mengucapkan tahniah kepada semua peserta debat daripada 10 sekolah di daerah Tuaran yang telah memberi persembahan yang begitu hebat sepanjang 2 hari ini. Dan ini adalah permulaan kepada mengasah potensi diri dalam kalangan anak-anak didik kita untuk menjadi pemimpin yang hebat pada masa akan datang. Event kali ini adalah satu percubaan untuk mencungkil bakat di samping mencari murid-murid yang mempunyai potensi yang begitu gemilang untuk terus digilang. Sama ada murid-murid ini peserta dapat sampai ke final ataupun peringkat penyertaan, sebenarnya itu adalah peluang keemasan. Semua Anda adalah yang terhebat daripada semua murid-murid yang berada di daerah Tuaran ini. Semua peserta adalah yang terbaik. Cuma ada pertandingan, kita akan memilih sedikit demi sedikit, akhirnya menjadi yang paling sedikit. Yang paling sedikit itu adalah lambang kepada kehadiran semua peserta. Mereka mewakili Anda semua nanti. Sama ada hanya kepada peringkat pusingan awal, yang akhir itu adalah mewakili semua peserta. Jadi perlu bangga dengan diri Anda dan terima kasih kepada guru pembimbing Anda semua. Kita beri tepukan kepada semua guru yang menyertai ini. Terima kasih PPD Tuaran dan juga juru CU Daerah Tuaran memberi kepercayaan SMK TAMAN RIA sebagai tuan rumah kali ini. Terima kasih kepada semua juri, guru-guru pengiring yang hadir, dan inilah yang dapat sekolah sediakan. Tanya kepada semua usia
di bawah bimbingan Tuan Ketua Bidang Bahasa, Cikgu Mahmudin, dan juga Ketua Panitia Bahasa Inggris Puan Salvia, semua guru bahasa Inggris yang menjadi jawatan kuasa pelaksana event Bahasa Inggris kali ini. Saya mewakili pihak sekolah memohon maaf segala kekurangan, terutama gangguan bekalan elektrik kemarin yang tidak diduga, dan ini kami akan atasilah. Siapa tahu tahun hadapan kami menjadi tuan rumah lagi untuk memastikan perkara ini tidak berulang. Kami amat memohon maaf. Dengan itu, lafaz Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, saya menangguhkan event Bahasa Inggris pada tahun 2005 PPD Tuaran.
Melawas rasmi itu tadi, maka rasmilah sudah Majlis Penutupan Pertandingan Bahas Bahasa Inggeris Peringkat Daerah Tuaran bagi tahun 2025. Majlis merakamkan penghargaan dan terima kasih kepada yang berusaha Puan Haja Halina binti Lawaja, Pengetua SMK Taman RIA, atas kesudian merasmikan majlis pada hari ini.
Sidang hadirin yang dimuliakan, seterusnya adalah acara yang ditunggu-tunggu, yaitu sesi penyampaian hadiah kepada para peserta yang telah menunjukkan keberanian dan kebijaksanaan dalam berbahas seiring lidah dan akal yang bersatu. Untuk itu, pihak majlis menjemput dan mempersilakan yang berbahagia Pengetua SMK Taman RIA Puan Haja Halina binti Lawaja, diiringi yang Zuriati binti Zaki untuk menyukseskan acara penyampaian hadiah. Mempersilakan. Penyampaian hadiah yang pertama ialah penyampaian sijil penyertaan bagi setiap sekolah. Oleh itu, diminta wakil dari setiap sekolah untuk menerima sijil penyertaan. Dimulai dengan SMK 9 pasukan 1 dan 2. Seterusnya SMK Taman RIA dijemput SMK Sungai Danau. Dan akhir sekali SMK Taman RIA. Seterusnya penyerahan untuk sijil juri. Dimulai dengan pegawai teknikal Puan Nur Zuriati binti Zaki Barisan juri dimulai dengan Puan Jilian, Puan Salwia, Encik Muhammad Nazri bin Muslimin, Puan Amy James, seterusnya Puan Azlia Endawati binti Akram, seterusnya Puan Nur Syarizania Ibrahim, dijemput Encik Muhammad Azmi bin Muhammad Zaini, seterusnya Puan Eka Riana binti Rahman, dan Puan Priscilla Radian. Seterusnya acara penyampaian hadiah untuk pendebat terbaik di setiap pusingan. Untuk pusingan pertama dijemput Muhammad Islam Daniel bin Muhammad Islam, dari SMK Taman. Seterusnya Adriana Edra Abdullah dari SMK Taman RIA, Hazel Rezeno dari SMK Taman. Untuk pusingan kedua dijemput Adriana Edra Abdullah dari SMK Taman RIA, Meg Laini dari SMK Tuaran, Dan Hazel Rezeno dari SMK Sungai. Untuk pusingan ketiga dijemput Yuna Angelina Eri dari SMK Taman RIA. Seterusnya Muhammad Israel Daniel bin Muhammad Israel dari SMK Bagi. Dan dijemput Muhammad Adib Absyar dari SMK Taman RIA. Untuk pendebat terbaik, peringkat separuh akhir dijemput Yuna Angelina Eri dari SMK Taman RIA. Dan Christine Kubit dari SMK Peringkat. Majelis mengaturkan ucapan terima kasih atas kesudian yang dihormati Pengetua SMK Taman RIA dan Pegawai Teknikal Puan Nur Zuriati atas penyempurnaan hadiah sebentar tadi. Syabas dan tahniah kepada semua pemenang. Tibalah masa yang kita nantikan, kini dijemput Ketua Juri Encik Muhammad Azmi bin Muhammad Zaini untuk mengumumkan keputusan di pusingan akhir beserta komen keseluruhan pertandingan. Majelis mempersilakan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so today's result, before I announce the result, I need a few brief comments on terms of your performance. Number one, I'd like to congratulate first for all the teams competing today. Okay, putting up good debates. Then, comment number one is don't let the POI deter or disturb your main points. You want to give response to the POI, make sure it's short and concise. Okay, so before I announce the results, I would like to announce the best debater first. So the best debater for the final round goes to third position, Akhir.
Dijemput pengetua dan pegawai teknikal bahasa Inggris untuk menyampaikan anugerah. Dipersilakan.
Okay. And the final result with unanimous decision from both 5 judges, decided that the winning team is the opposition team. The motions for the final round is rejected.
Dijemput Muhammad Arif Afshar untuk menerima izin untuk pendebat terbaik. Keseluruhan. Untuk hadiah kepada pemenang, seterusnya ialah keputusan keseluruhan pertandingan debat bahasa Inggris. Tempat kelima jatuh kepada SMK Bagi. Di tempat yang keempat dimenangi oleh SMK Sungai Damai.
Di tempat yang ketiga SMK TAMAN RIA. Baik Johan, pertandingan bahas bahasa Inggris peringkat daerah Tuaran bagi tahun 2025 dianugerahkan kepada SMK Peringkat. Johan, pertandingan bahas bahasa Inggris peringkat daerah Tuaran bagi tahun 2025 dianugerahkan kepada SMK TAMAN RIA.
Majelis perbankan mengucapkan terima kasih atas kesudian yang bersama pemuka SMK TAMAN RIA, Puan Haja Alina tidak Majlah, dan pegawai teknikal Puan Nur Zurianti atas kesudian menyempurnakan bagi kepada semua pemenang.
Majelis teruskan lagi dengan sesi bergambar sebagai kenang-kenangan. Dipersilakan semua hadirin untuk bergambar bersama-sama tetamu kehormat dan para pemenang. Hadirin diminta untuk ke depan.
Dengan itu, tamatlah sudah pertandingan Bahas Bahasa Inggeris Peringkat Daerah Tuaran untuk tahun 2025 yang telah berlangsung selama 2 hari penuh dengan semangat kesukanan, keilmuan, dan kematangan berhujah daripada para peserta. Tahniah diucapkan kepada semua pasukan yang telah mengambil bahagian, khususnya kepada pasukan SMK TAMAN RIA yang telah berjaya menjuarai pertandingan kali ini dan juga SMK Tenghilan yang telah menjadi naib johan. Salam pertandingan kali ini. Dalam pertandingan kali ini, Anda semua adalah cerminan generasi muda yang berani bersuara kritis dalam berfikir dan yakin dalam menyampaikan hujah. Sekalung penghargaan juga kepada pihak penganjur, para guru pengiring, juri profesional, dan semua yang telah menjayakan pertandingan ini dengan lancar dan berprestij. Saya, Alfarin, bagi pihak seluruh kru produksi TVPSS SMEKTAR, mengucapkan terima kasih atas perhatian Anda. Hingga bertemu lagi dalam liputan khas yang akan datang. Sekian, Assalamualaikum dan salam hormat.